Hello, everyone. Why can I hear myself at the moment? Oh, I have my stream on somewhere. Oh, I forgot to do my YouTube thing. I'm just getting set up here. Go live. YouTube is good. Okay. Need some quick little 2 animations for the enchanter here. So this one, I think I use for something else, right? What do I use that for? Not that one. Okay. Maybe I don't use that one. Do use that one. Okay. So maybe I just need 2. I just need 1 more. I think. It's not overly required here, but whatever. And then I do need to do one little fix up here. New folder, it's going to be enchant weapon. Or, no, enchant armor. And then we have mana. Mesmerize, and Ruin. I suppose I should be able to just transfer these folders over. So mana. Oh, let me check out stuff first. Apparently we freeze. It's always fun. There we go. Okay. Chant armor mana. Going to now move this here. I don't know why this is taking forever for some reason. Holy moly. Unreal Perforce is a trip sometimes. So my internet's slow today. My internet's like super slow for some reason. So it's not the engine that's super slow, it's my internet. I think it's coming back maybe. And because I'm obviously connected to a Perforce server, it's taking forever to communicate back and forth the changes. Hello, Jestra. I know I'm crying. Internet is like god awful. Of course it does it as I start streaming, right? It's been completely fine up until 3 minutes ago. How you doing, Jestra? I prefer not to have to restart my router right now. But I just might have to. Holy crap. Awesome. That's always good to hear. Starting to speed up again. Okay, let's do this differently this time. Base. Although I do think it was just purely because of the internet issue. So these are now done. Today's the day, though. Today's the day we finish the Enchanter. It's and this time I mean it. Okay. I believe it when I see it. Yeah, me and you both. Why is game development so hard? All right. Once again, update. Now we'll check that in. So now we've created a good folder structure for our abilities and our class stuff. Just really happy about how this is looking and kind of the flow of it all. It kind of reinforces the idea of every ability has a base version and a crit version. And then you socket those into your slot. And it's making me starting to formalize my UI for my rotation system. And so the thing we're working on now is just the haste spell. That is stat change haste. We will put, okay, I need to, once again, check these out. Move haste there. And move this to clarity. Once we got rest, we'll just put that in its own folder, rest. MISC is here. And then we will do, what could I do here? I guess we'll add a blueprint folder. Actually, no, I don't need a folder there. I'm fine with the blueprint being just in the enchanter folder. That's good. Kits can go to kit. That's perfectly fine. And then we will also have, let's just put the progression in kits too, because that's kit related. Update. Make sure nothing else needs it. Yeah. Oh, there's some nice folders. It's a nice folder. Good organization. And finally, haste. Maybe I should do buff haste. Okay. This guy is the animation we need to change. I think I used that one already. That one too. I guess this one I don't use. That one sort of could work, I guess. Let's just do it. Whatever. this is enchanter, buff, haste. .15 and .15. Wait a minute. .15. Make this like a 2-second cast. Eight. This is probably .13. Make this a tiny bit slower. And then this can be fine, I think. I guess extend that a little more. I guess we'll push it to like more. Let's try that. Enchanter haste, boom. 2-second cast. I forgot that maybe I do need it to be a fast cast. Let's shrink it down to like 1 second because it's kind of like sometimes you want to buff your pet. So let's go to like a 1 second cast. And then I'll do a 2-second cast on clarity. Haste. And mana regen. Sold. Okay. We have those. So I want to think about a little bit of VFX. And on the haste buff, we could do targeting with a location actor. This might not work to moving targets. Or it's players, so this should work. Socket, right hand. I think I have it set up as. Yeah, so it's doing, that's where the right hand is on the target dummy. But it's not really following it. It's not attaching to it, so I don't really like how that works. Just do target actor current, and then we can actually, if I copy that and clear it, and we can put it on here, I think. And maybe that actually attaches. Oops. Oh, because it's a if it's a duration, it's not going to do it, I don't think. Because I think this normally triggers for, this is mostly used for yeah, I think it's better just on the chest. It'll just look weird because if you're moving around, it'll just like be something random. So if we just keep it on target actor current. That's fine. I wonder if I can just do a quick upgrade here to my combat system. Actions component. VFX. So this is Spawn system at location. So in the action appearance, I could add attach to actor at the socket name. Let's try it. It's a pretty easy add. And so we're going to do attach to actor or target, I guess. And then I think it's a name for socket. And then defaults can remain whatever the like nothing. Back to the component. And we are going to do a little swap out here. If it's false, we just go do what we normally do. And then spawn system attached. And I think it's target actor. Get target actor. I'm going to get skeletal mesh component. I really should just change this to not an object reference. There's no point to it. Cast to skeletal mesh component. And the system is the system template. The scale is the scale. Rotation is the rotation. Oh, rotation is right here. And I guess location I actually don't want to use at all. It'll make it weird. And then the socket name is there. And we're going to snap, but keep the world scale. Auto destroy, auto activate, pooling, whatever. And we can add this here. And everything else returns to normal. Alright, so now I can go back there. It's one of those things that, like, I'm in the mindset of getting some polish in, right? So I'm happy to take the time if I want something to Like, one thing that's definitely you find a lot of lack of polish of is like how accurate spell effects are with combat systems. And you know, you may have seen me work in the past on making sure the hitbox of an AoE is like pixel perfect with the spell effect. And so with haste, I'm trying to attach this to socket right hand. Oops. Hit play on transition. Don't need that. Go to the proper level. Database, not database, levels. Kanks testing. So now if I cast haste on myself, it stays on the hand as you walk around. So it has a cool like little vibe to it. Now let's like lower the size a little. Maybe like 0.7 or 0.6. It's either not working or I have to set local. Okay, let me check that. This guy out. Is he set to local space? I guess some of these I don't have it fully integrated. Basically, when you create a ability system, what you want to happen is as you set the size of things in your like whatever tool you create, it actually updates it different values in your actual Niagara system. You can have that set up. And a few of my spell effects work that way. But at the moment, this does not. Now, let me just double check the code. Maybe I did the code wrong. I did do the code wrong. There it is. Attach to component. Let's set scale. So the reason why it's not doing it is because of that, I hope. So that's all fine. Let's see if it's super small now. It does not. Snap to target, keep roll, maybe snap to target, including scale. Location. So the other option, since this is not, let's try set relative. Oh, maybe let's try canceling auto activate, set the scale, then activate. Let's see if that does anything. Sometimes particle systems though work weird like this. The scale of the actual thing doesn't matter because it's the particle settings that override. Because particles are screen space, not world space. So this might actually be working. Let's just randomly try set relative scale 3D and see if that changes anything. And we're snapping to target, including scale. Maybe we just keep world position. Maybe the snapping to target is messing it up. Okay. Snap to target, including scale. We're going to do that, and then I'm just going to keep this to set world scale and just have it hooked up. And I don't think I'll need reset or activate. I'll just auto activate for now because I think that would actually work in a non-pixelated thing. So the workaround of this is make a different VFX small. And then we're just going to literally velocity. We'll go like 15 to 25. The burst we'll take down to like 200. And then I think scale, where's sprite renderer? Sprite size. Let's make them just a bit smaller. Maybe a little more velocity. We'll say like 25 to maybe 40. No. Let's go back to 20. Let's see it in action. And then a little bit less still. There's like it's getting a little crowded. So small. Plug that in there. So that's probably too tiny now. Let's just set this. Let's just do dual screen here. Go burp, burp. All right, so the burst needs to be a bit bigger still. So 25 to 40. Maybe we just, let's try that. Is this the right one? Small, yeah. Let me go over here since my chat screen's blocking this. That's looking pretty good. Yep, I'm good with that. Alright, so another one was mana regen. I think it's okay. It's on the brain. What we can, or the head. Clarity. We can now just use that extra functionality. Attach to target, socket, head. That moves with us now. Now I will change the color of haste maybe. Let's do a different, like maybe, what color speaks haste? Can't use green. Green signifies healing. Red is more offensive. Maybe a more teal. Oh, did I do the wrong one? I just did the wrong one. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Save all. Okay. Let me think now. Maximize that and this. I think it might be time to just move on. One thing I'm going to do is my whoosh sound on some of these attacks. I need to create a little bit of variance on. So let's go to here. I think attack, like melee. Let me go to the enchanter pet. Enchanter pet. Melee attack is using this guy. Go here. And we're going to do random. Get all these swooshes. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, I might be modifying I must be modifying the pitch. Is at 6. Okay. So I can use all those then. All these up here. We're going to enter in a bunch of these. 1, 2. Then we're going to do a modulator. And apparently we can go as the pitch to 6, so we'll do 6 to 7. Too much. 5 to 6. Okay, maybe not. We have to do some individual values here. So, let's do 3. What's that? 2. Okay, I think 1's out. Nope. These don't seem like it's really that last one that only works. Seem like more like water. Potential. Maybe. Let's try this. Let's try it. Random. Or just get a new random. And now modulate. Okay, I had it too weird here. Alright, so this one is okay, so they put that to normal. This is like 5 to 6. This one being let's that sounds terrible. Okay, not doing random there. Let's go here. And let's try and find the right value that actually gets there. think that's good. Try and get like a wide range of sound effects to be less repetitive. Bring my pet out and just see how it sounds. Yeah, it's good enough. It's at least a little less repetitive, especially if you have more than like one pet out and stuff. So I'm going to just keep that. Now, the AI's attack, I don't think I want spewing out some of these effects. So we go here, pet attack. Let's look at all these for now. I'm going to just get rid of the sparkle hit at the moment. Because I don't think it adds, I think it's just visual clutter right now until I figure out what type of kind of hit effects I want. And sometimes it can be better to have nothing to be judged on instead of something to be judged on. You know, it's the idea of if you have bad VFX in the game, people are going to say they're bad VFX. If you have no VFX in the game, they're saying, oh, it's in development, and they haven't done it at VFX Pass. So I'm trying to kind of walk that line of what's some basic effects that won't get too harshly judged. And I'm also trying to do some throwbacks to EverQuest, where that's why I'm doing some of these type of things that I find a little bit more acceptable. But I think I'm at the point where I'm going to call the enchanter done for now. I did this a little bit already, so that one's good, whatever. Stagger. Damage. Power. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call the enchanter done for now. I'm not quite ready to like dive into some of the VFX stuff because I have to do some tutorial work on that. I don't dabble with yeah. Go to the bathroom. BRB. All right. Now I'm gonna work on the tank because I like tanks, and he's already like half done. So, well, maybe like 30 to 40% done. But here comes the warrior content. Alright, so now we're going to do a little bit of theory crafting here. So, this is fine. Oh, I do need to update my patch notes a whole bunch. So let me think about what, did I do memory blur? Okay, so memory blur. I'm going to remove that. Remove this. R1, reduce threat for yourself to the enemy target. R2, reduce the threat of your ally target to your enemy target. And R3, increase the threat of your ally target to your enemy target. I still think that's going to be, people are going to troll with that, but technically people trolled with it a little bit in WoW, but hunters had a misdirect where they could put a buff on the tank and shoot stuff, and the threat would go to that person. So it kind of exists out there. System changes. We did a custom code to have an enemy, an ability target use both the ally and enemy target. Enchanter. We also did, I just did VFX code for attaching VFX to the socket of a target. And then it's okay, did all the enchanter pet stuff, enchant armor, enchant weapons, enchant armor, memory blur. I think that's everything. Alright, so warrior. Let's do some design notes. So the first things first is, I think I have a warrior section or something here. So stagger is a big theme that's going to happen. All right, so we have a pull. We have an enrage, which is like a power buff. And also is like a little bit of an AoE threat generator, but I think I'm going to turn the AoE threat generator off on that one because I have a different ability for that now. As much as I hate myself for saying this, I might have to start doing my folder reorganization stuff here. But it's not as bad because there's not as many abilities yet. So we're going to need a kits folder. I'm probably going to rename double attack to like threat attack or something. Threatening blow or something. Let's just start with that. Threatening strike. And that will be, I'll make Q a, trying to thematically make it like, oh, it's a threat generator attack with different ways to create threat. Threatening strike. Did I spell that right? That looks right. Then I do want heavy attack, because that just is pretty self-explanatory. And so this is going to be, base and crit. I guess I will have double attack, maybe. It'll just be its own thing. Double attack, heavy attack, shield slam, which is the interrupt. Then we have, we'll say piercing, shout for just a threat generator. Shield defense, I guess, for a mitigation buff. Base crit. Okay, so shield slam is the interrupt. Shield defense is the the defense buff. Enrage. What else we got? I guess we'll just go down these things. Kits, for one. Kit. I need to check all of these things out. And then in the warrior folder, there's newbie and level progression, which also goes to kit. Then we have auto attacks. And we'll have a base version. And like I fully plan on in the future you'll be able to like acquire new different auto attacks that change up different things. You know, maybe once some are slower, some are faster. Maybe they just change based on weapon type, and it's tied to your weapon. Okay, warrior pull. I don't know what to call that. I'll just do pull for now, whatever. Base and crit. Rest. Like I said, this was supposed to be shield bash. Alright, so those are that. Oh, I do have to. I might be moving these to the wrong area. Because I'm forgetting. Some of these are not named properly. So let's start with shield bash is correct. The R1 shield bash is correct. Now shield defense is, I think, shield power R3 is what I previously had it as. So shield power R2 is the threatening, is the AoE taunt. And then the shield bash R3 is the protective thing. So we go here, shield bash R2 is threatening, piercing shout. So I actually want that to be threatening shout. And then shield bash R3 is my shield defense. And then heavy attack is the heavy attack of R3. That's the actual heavy attack. And I'm actually going to do the current heavy attack as the crit. And the first heavy attack needs to change to something. The first heavy attack, I think, is a snare. Yeah. So that's going to be like what's a click crippling strike, whatever, crippling strike, pretty generic. And so heavy attack base is actually going to go to crippling strike base. And heavy attack 2 is a slam. I could just call it heavy slam, I guess, for the time being. Heavy slam. So I've gotten all the R1 abilities done. And the double attack on R2, I think, is like a bleed. So that's a threat strike. And it's the bleed. Yeah, bleed. So that is double attack. Here is actually threatening strike base. And then double attack 2 is the bleed. Which I think was like the gouge meaning. Yeah, I think I'll do gouge as, or for now, I'm just going to call it cut deep or something. Bleeding strike. I can't think of it, so I'm just gonna call it bleed. Base, and we'll update the name later when I think of something. Credit. And so that's what's left here. Double tag 2. And double attack 3 is the actual double attack. All right, I update all those. And that's fine. And now we have to actually update some of the names. So bleed, warrior, bleed. Oh, let's check everything out before I do that. And yeah, I think I actually took out all of the class names from these things. So it's just stat change, bleed, and then bleed for now. And this is crippling strike. Rage. Do whatever. Pull's fine. I'm trying not to be overly picky. And not hyper focus on the nitty gritty of stuff, and just like get it done. Don't get caught up in the details. This is shield defense. So I could sit here pondering about names, but you know, a name isn't important for the playtest at the very end of the month. Stat change base. So this is enrage. Okay, auto attack base goes here. And then all the enrage goes here. And threat. Oh, I might have to go get my kiddo. Yeah, I'll be right. Alright, I'm back for a little while at least. I think I got all of the warrior abilities kind of hooked up and different and separated. And I need a new, one thing I will need is, because I'm now doing, I need a guaranteed crit stat change feature. Let's go to my stat component here. I'm debating if I want to add a whole critical hit section, because it's starting to get that point where there's a lot of specific critical hit stuff going on. Instruct, statistic, change, critical hit. And for now, I'm just going to add the new stuff, which is guaranteed. And oh shoot, I didn't add it to the main struct. Alright, so now when I go to, oh, I need to do the code for this. Component stat change. And then we go to stat mod. There is a critical hit somewhere here. All right, random bool with weight. Okay. Ignore crit, we go down, whatever. So this is where we're going to do another branch right here. Break. If it's guaranteed. False, we go here. True, go up. And over to here. And then now we can go into database, classes, and go to the warrior. And on heavy attack, we're going to set this to guaranteed. And then if I went to double attack, let's make sure this should now, previously if you had an ability that you had a critical hit, but that you had an ability that had multiple strikes, it wouldn't actually give a crit for every strike. It would only do it for the first strike. And so now I have it so set up properly. They both crit now. So I have a lot more control over everything now. And this should crit too. Yeah, boom, crit. And that obviously is going to be very helpful through everything as I design the warrior. And so let's break down the warrior's attacks here. So let's do it by keybind for now. So we have kind of like shield power, which is shield bash, shield defense, and the last one is what? Threatening. Shout. Then we have heavy attack, which has, I guess it's the crippling strike into heavy slam into heavy attack. Then we have obviously the pull, which is just a pull right now. We have enrage, which is power, threat, power AoE threat. Then we have auto attack I'm not worried about. Well, technically the auto attack I could put in the variations like I did with the cleric. And then the double attack we have we'll just call it not double attack, we'll call it like threatening attacks or something, which is, you know, standard threat attack or threatening strike. and then it goes into bleed, and then double attack currently. So that's Shift, E, Q, and then everything else. Is there something I'm missing? Shift, E, Q. No, that's everything. So now, some of these are logically good for just extra power, and some are when it comes to base versus crit. And some of these are going to be moved around. So we're going to create a stagger button. All right. Actually, Jay, let's just go now, I guess. We'll go to do the. Well, I mean, Ari probably wants to go to the store too. Whatever. So what we're gonna have 3 abilities that like do stagger stuff. So first one could be like, it's efficient, right? So it's like a high stagger, low stam, single target attack. I don't think I'm going to make anything AoE stagger. I don't think I want that in the game. Again, we're trying to avoid a lot of AoE stuff being too powerful. What else? The pull, we could definitely do different things. Like we could have an AoE pull. Because that's like, it's not damaging stuff, it's just repositioning things. And I could, just to reframe my mental here, it could be like repositional. Like strategic reposition type thing. And then this is like a pull, an AoE pull, but then there's also maybe like a dash to ally. That would be kind of fun. Dash / jump to ally. And double tack, I want off threatening attacks. Double tack, I might actually just outright delete.
because I want it doesn't really, there's not much at least right now it doesn't make sense to have a super high damage heavy attack and then also a super high damage double attack. So what is the purpose of this attack? Um, and technically in R3 we have like um, we could continue this trend of just like um, you know, high stagger, medium, stam, attack. I don't need to put single target, attack. Um, high stagger, high stam, attack. So you have your efficient stagger thing for long fights, and then you have like your high stamina attack that just like drains your stamina by quite a bit, but really helps you stagger things quickly. Again, it's always like I'll put this reminder up here. R1 equals stamina efficient. R3 equals time efficient, aka burst. And R2 equals in between. There's some questionology or like thought process here of maybe I only do 2 rotation ruins and one's efficient, one's like it almost makes it a little bit easier because like is the in between version even all that matter all that much? And it makes your decision making a lot easier because it's just one or the other. It's stamina efficient. It's literally efficiency over burst, and it's a little bit easier in your head to control that. And then, but at the same time, 2 ruins. I think 2 rotation ruins just kind of looks lame. So maybe there's like I need to identify something about the middle ruin. Like two rotations going back and forth just is kind of lame. It's one of those just unique power of 3 things. It has some coolness to it. And going back and forth to 1 and 2 is just like it just thematically and artistically I feel like it seems lame. So like what is this? This is like needs an identity. So it's sort of on the some of my system work. Alright, I don't need that anymore. It's like it's really obvious when you want to be stamina efficient, or the reasons why you would want to be stamina efficient. It's very obvious why you'd might want burst. And so if you're just farming monsters and you have plenty of time to rest between fights, you can be as inefficient as you want. Whereas if you're like breaking into a dungeon, going down, or it's a long raid encounter, you're going to want to be doing a lot of stamina efficiency stuff. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so now we need 2 more abilities to get 8. Um, and so what are these? What could these things be? They could be like oh shit buttons that might have longer cooldowns as tanks. There could be shouts, like buffs for the team, short duration buffs. But I think I don't like the warrior as a buffer. I don't want to have like a million buffs on your buff bar in some ways. So I don't think I'll do shouts. I like the idea of like this thing. Um, um, I do have to AFK again, so I'll probably be back in 30 minutes or so. BRB.
And I'm back. How's everyone doing? Sorry for okay there. I had to pick up my kids, and they wanted to go to the gas station and all that mumbo jumbo. But for now, we are working on the warrior and fleshing out his attacks. And just randomly, one thing I did forget to do on the enchanter. Kits, progression. Okay, this does get set up. Okay, cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Thank you, Destra. So now, one thing I thought of, oh shit buttons. Could definitely have like a stamina regen of some sort. The shield defense I probably have to modify a little bit. Maybe. We'll see. We could do temporary health. And then maybe like super defense or something. Super defense with like maybe you stand and block, but you can't move with like movement penalty. What's missing? So we have a shield power. We have a heavy attack. And also, it's like I'm trying to make these feel unique in different ways. So heavy attack is obviously these are going to be slower attacks. It's one of the things. Threatening attacks are going to be fast attacks. Shield powers are going to be kind of like medium speed, a little bit. I don't know what I would do differently for enrages. Professional dad, yep. I might just leave enrage alone right now. As a means to like reduce scope for this phase. And this is going to be, whatever this is, it's going to be long cooldowns. Probably maybe 60 seconds, maybe even longer. This is going to be like, we'll say like 5-minute cooldowns on this one. So it's like if you have high health but you're out of stamina, you have an oh shit button. If you have lots of stamina but no health, you have an oh shit button. Now this sort of gets into like healing, which I don't like. I don't like melees having healing options. So I might not do that one. I'd rather you effectively like become immune for XYZ time than give anything health related. So yeah, I don't know what I'm doing there yet.
And we have a stagger thing, which is obviously these are going to have potentially like the base and the crit. So plenty of stagger attacks. I guess I could do would it make sense to be hybrid? Damage plus stagger, like somewhere in the middle. I don't think I like that idea too much. And how does the crit system work with these as well? Shield power. I think I'll have, yeah, threatening attacks are on Q. Just reorganizing based on ability bar flow. Auto attack, shift E. No, shift Q, E. I don't have an R yet. Stagger attacks will probably be R. Then we have pull, enrage. Long cooldown thing will be 4. So it's out of like kind of out of your accidental hit fat fingered range. And for stagger stuff, I'm trying to think of like how to make each one feel unique in a way. I could do like an ally, something to do with allies here. Because that's a good situational ally based, ally target. So it could be protect the target. I could do like a health transfer thing, like damage reduction. Or what's a warrior thing to do to allies? Outside of, I already have a dash jump to allies. I like the damage reduction idea as a oh shit button. Actually, I could probably put that as crit. So super defense base is like self, and then super defense crit is group. So that would work there. I don't think I want to do stamina, like a group stamina regen as a tank. Again, nothing to do with healing. So I think, again, health transfer is gone. They already have interrupts and stuns, and then staggers. Now there's a chance I could do ranged stuff, something ranged oriented for pulling. But you kind of pull with your pull. Like some sort of weird warrior-based, like projectile slash, or I haven't gotten into debuffs yet. So one thing could be, like, I love how New World did a lot of their debuffs. And so you could reduce the monster's damage taken. You could increase the monster's damage taken. Or you could reduce the monster's damage output. And then you could also reduce the damage, increase the monster's damage taken. So debuffs, yeah, I thought about that. I don't think I'm ready for that type of ability yet. It does have good big save moments, so I do kind of like it, but be like a health redirect ability. I mean, maybe. Yeah. Health redirect. It's obviously a custom code. Requires custom code. I think it'd be pretty easy to redirect that though. So, protect the target. If I do this, this will probably be in the long cooldown thing. It'll be an oh shit button. And maybe I make this a debuff segment. Like, it could be increases, like an armor pen. And then you have the base and the crit.
debuff. And then you would also have like a power debuff. Potentially. And then I could potentially put the snare attack here somewhere to keep it a little bit cohesive. And then do something else with heavy attack. This is the big damage burst. It's like base, crit, big damage burst. Heavy slam is stun. So I'm kind of okay with that. Again, I don't want to be super finicky. I just want to get some basics in, feel things out, and you get a lot of ideas during the playtest on what's good and what's not good, and how everything flows together. I think this is pretty set for oh shit buttons. You kind of need those as a tank. I could try single target and crit is group. So maybe there's a combo of pop your standard kind of damage mitigation buff into absorb all the redirect everyone's damage to yourself type thing. You might kill yourself as well, but maybe it saves the group. I like the idea of like a big play to save the group. Stamina regen stuff, I'm going to it's fine for a self stamina regen as like a last moment of power or something. But I want shamans probably to take over thematically, more stamina regen stuff. These ones can just be like, more powerful versions of each other. Same thing here. Same thing here. Just to keep it a little bit simple. Same thing with all these. I would keep some monster AoE the range of healing. That way the party takes the damage. I would keep some monster AoE the range of healing. That way, meaning AoE damage the range of healing. That way the party takes damage. I still understand. I would keep some monster AoE. Do you mean like keep some monster AoE damage? Like monsters do more AoE damage with the range of healing or something? Like fire on the ground and stuff or whatever? We'll definitely have like I have bosses right now. Some of the bosses have cleave, um, and we'll have certain types. Um, Enemies. The whole like I've said this a lot of times. Like we don't want AOE grinding, but that doesn't mean that enemies and monsters won't have a lot of AOE abilities to fight players. So monsters will definitely have lots of AOE abilities to hit everyone. So I think this one's good. That's pretty good. This one's good. In rage, I don't think I need to worry about too much right now. Um, Now I could move threatening shout to there. It's just how do I differentiate some of the shouts? It's like these are kind of shout stuff. Um, so I could make these are just AoE versions to simplify a little bit because they're just debuffs. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to do an area effect. Now it does make an area. These two have good reasons to be area effect. Like a crippling strike could be very useful to have an area effect snare. But at the same time, I don't really like warriors having a snare to some degree, thematically. I know warriors have one in WoW, but I'm a little bit torn on like not having them thematically have that. Um, they have provoke. Do you mean like a taunt or whatever? Or is that like the AoE? Is that the AoE taunt? Yeah, I'm not gonna have like a straight up. I don't think I'm gonna have a straight up instant aggro ability, maybe, or I should say short duration instant aggro, because I do want threat mechanics to be something in this game, and so managing threat needs to be. I want people to have that mentality of, oh, I need to wait for my tank to get aggro, because if you don't do that, they just expect you to always have aggro. And I want that again. That's the concept of slowing combat down. Um, I want there to be that kind of aspect of um, making sure people manage their threat properly. Um, so what's a different debuff I could do? An armor pen debuff, a power debuff. Um, So on the enrage, I could do so this one is grow in size. Makes a bit more sense to have a threatening shout here. Which is AoE taunt, or AoE threat, I should say. AoE threat. Power, grow in size. And then shield bash obviously is this is a interrupt. Shield defense is, you know, temporary damage mitigation buff. And then I could do a knockback maybe. Because knockback can be defensive if something's about to kill you, you can knock it back, and if it's like a melee thing or something, maybe that can save you. It's not too tough. It's just the fact that we have a potential 48 abilities to design, so it's just a lot of abilities. I'm running out of things to make. If you're just tuning in, so I'm working on. So I have a rotation rune system, and you see the ruins at the bottom of your feet. Warrior specifically cycles through ruins through auto attacks, and your ability bar will basically change, or your abilities you push will change based on how many ruins you're currently having, and it kind of rotates through from 1 to 3. And just for an example, which one's like the lower cooldown? 10 seconds, whatever. So if I use my E is my heavy attack. An R1 heavy attack is kind of just a snare. And then we'll go to the R2 heavy attack. This is a kind of a big, stun slam. And then finally the R3 heavy attack is kind of just big damage. And then how the system gets even more interesting and complicated is, you may have seen, but when my ruins are red, that means I can critical hit. It's a guaranteed crit. And so now that I have 3, and that crit can be a completely different ability. So it's more of a critical ability versus just a critical hit. But I can obviously set that ability up to always be a critical damage ability. And so the concept is we're slowing down combat, but we want you to have those moments where maybe the monster got stunned by someone and you saved your big crit. You go behind them for 20% more damage, and you just lay waste into them. So it's more about timing and positioning than anything. And then there's I just added into the game stagger, and so the warrior is going to be a big applier of stagger. And once a monster's stagger bar gets filled up, then they get automatically stunned for 5 seconds, and they take 20% more damage. Then they also take 20% damage from behind, so it's a total of 40% more damage while staggered and from behind. And so it gives you the moment to, if you stagger the monster, you're saving your red crit for something. And then when they're staggered, everyone moves to the behind and starts smacking it. So a lot of
you're thinking about what you're doing in the future to set up properly and get your biggest damage output, or damage mitigation output, and all these things. And like, so right now I'm designing. Oh, hey, I can pop my shield defense buff, and then right after I could maybe do a group-based, protect the target, which redirects everyone health to you, so all damage coming in is reduced for your entire party type thing. So trying to combo different things together in different ways, and kind of like going back to just the system in general. If we go back down to 1, my shield bash here is a interrupt on R1, and then I think it's what a shield, a defensive shield, or AoE threat on R2, and then finally an R3, which I don't have like a lot of crit stuff set up for him right now, but R3 is a defensive buff, so damage reduced for 10 seconds. And then you have like utility spells like your pull, and then you have an enrage as well. That makes you grow, gives you some power, and that type of thing. So that's how I'm like going through and designing everything, trying to just flush out and differentiate stuff. And then there's like the ruins themselves, like kind of have different core philosophies. So like an R1 is very mana or stamina efficient, and so like if you're talking about damage, your damage per stamina is best as R1. And then R3s are time efficient, which is effectively burst. So they cost more, but they do more. And that's why that big damage ability did so much compared to my other stuff. So shield power, we have shield bash, shield defense. And so Q is going to be your go-to attack for threat. And I don't know what I'm going to do for double attack, if I even keep it at all. I could do a blocking taunt or something like, and it's a channeled. I'm trying to think of like, so I love tanking in New World. It's very active, very interesting. And so maybe it's a channeled block plus threat. But that a little bit overlaps with the super defense stuff. I kind of like the idea of just a block in general. Which could be a nice R1. Just block.
And it maybe increases block chance. And that would be easy to do, just a base and a more powerful one as well. And the difference here is like maybe this one's a bit more. This one's a bit more like potential damage mitigation, where this is one's like less mitigation but guaranteed mitigation. And then shield bash. Shield bash almost is no longer thematically relevant here. Because it's like a defensive button. So I'm going to put shield bash into the heavy attack, which makes more sense. And so we'll put the interrupt there. And so it's the heavy attack of the shield. And then heavy slam stun, and then big damage. And then, so these are now like your defensive button. So block, increases block chance, and it's really cheap to use. The defense mitigation buff is probably going to be an R3. Okay, so block, shield defense. I could do a parry. I could do like a counterattack parry thing. That's like you have to channel it. It's like a very active parry type situation. Yeah. Yeah, that's things you have to feel out, right? Like how they seem like interesting abilities altogether, but then it's like, okay, he has all these base abilities as base. Then how do you add a whole bunch of other abilities, right? And it's going to get, there's going to be so many damn abilities in this game. It's going to be crazy. And I'm trying to make the warrior like a fun. I don't know if I'm going to allow classes to use other weapons or not. Probably. I probably will. You know, it wouldn't make much sense otherwise. And there should be like in New World, I really enjoyed having. I was a great sword tank. I did sword and shield tank for a while there, but I really enjoyed being a great sword tank, and there was a lot of. It was just good vibes. And even in EverQuest, there was two-handed tanks and dual-wield tanks, and shields should have a purpose, but I shouldn't necessarily. I may or may not make it like, oh, sword and shield is always the best mitigation, path. And then guess what? When you get to raids and stuff, it's always sword and shield. So the reason why I don't have a dash to an enemy right now is because I want there to be a difference between like some sort of bruiser warrior and a tank warrior. And my initial assumption right now is different classes. Um, like a berserker being the bruiser warrior. And so charging in is a different class, whereas a warrior is more about repositioning the enemy in the right spot. So that's like the role in the group is get that monster to the right spot somewhere. And so that's how I'm like again I'm thinking thematically about these things, and I also want to have a lot of different like I want some classes to just you want class envy to happen, right? You want to be someone that's in a party looking at other class and it's like, oh wow, that's a cool ability that I don't ever get, right? You don't want a class to kind of get everything. Um, and so that's my idea with, and in summed, I say this as someone who played a warrior in World of Warcraft. Maybe it'll help groups not die as a warrior charges in when no one's has mana. Um, I've never done that myself, of course. Um, and so, but yeah, so there's thematics I'm thinking about when it comes to um, class design and the overall gameplay feel of a tank. I want you to feel like your job is to take, absorb damage, keep threat high, and reposition monsters to the right way, the right place in the right way. Um, which is why one of their first abilities ever made for them was a pull, um, and try to get my pull code to feel polished. But it's that same feeling of like if you played a warrior main and then you went to like a berserker class that's like a two-handed, bruiser in plate. I want there to be a distinct thematic difference in what you're doing. And it could be that I decide that a warrior is the base class, and then as you get talents and stuff, you might just get abilities that allow you to be a bruiser, and you like your build as a warrior becomes a bruiser versus a different class. That could be something I do in the future. Um, I don't know how exactly, because I want that kind of. I want a lot of class customizations, and I'm like balancing a lot around just fun and fun to play classes. Um, and that the actual raw, numbers is going to be very similar to each class. And eventually, when abilities are a good stage, it's going to be like take this DPS class, take that DPS class, and literally make sure their DPS is like basically equal if they're playing Optimy. And then make sure those abilities are fun. Um, I always like gear that would give you that one extra ability. Yeah, there's going to be tons of stuff that gives us extra things, right? And like, I think we got you your smite shield, right? So your equipment can modify your abilities plenty. And there's going to be almost in Diablo, like again, there's a sprinkle of Diablo in our how we're going to do itemization, where that one piece of loot might actually change your build or be our build defining thing. Alright, so right now we're missing 1, 2. Um, I think for the sake of time right now, I don't know. I guess I could do AoE. I guess I'll just, for now, I'll put knockback in. And then actually no, I'm not going to do this. I'll put the knockback with the shield. Actually, the knockback we're going to put with heavy attack, because this is kind of CC themed. Heavy attack is going to go into threatening attacks. And so big damage is obviously means big threat, so it fits. And we'll do interrupt first. Stun will be R3. Interrupt, you want to kind of be quick. Knockback, and then slam. Yeah, right now the strategic reposition is just going to be a pull. I'm not ready to put, because you kind of, you don't want your rotation ruins to just like not give you a pull. So I'm just going to keep it as a standard pull right now. This one I'll put the AoE knockback in. Okay, so threatening attacks, we have threatening strike, bleed, and then heavy attack. which will be named something else. You know, Final Strike, or just Leaping Strike, whatever. We'll do shield attack here instead of heavy attack. Spin it. I don't want spin to win. I can't stand how much spin to win's been overused. It's a whirlwind everywhere. Maybe I've just died too many times to stupid Garen. I'm salty about it. Salty at league balance. So shield bash, heavy slam, and then, you know, shield. Shield. Oh, shield swipe. That's a terrible name, but whatever. Okay, those are just like kind of stat changes. Enrage is kind of where we go into like power and we grow in size, or AoE shout, or AoE knockback. I'll put AoE knockback. I don't know which section I want these in, which order. All right, so we're almost there. I guess for now I'm going to keep the snare, whatever. So that one's done. This one's done. I guess this one's done for now. Strategic pull I'm going to keep alone, keep as it is. This is pretty much just different stat changes, efficiency levels. We're going to put a little bit of stagger on all attacks. But then when you basically are using this to really make sure at certain points to spike it. Shield attack. So shield bash, shield swipe, heavy slam. Threatening attacks, you know, basic threat strike, bleed, leaping strike. And then shield. This is basically shield defense. So I think we just need one more idea here for shield defense. So increased block, damage mitigation buff, and maybe I could do like a magic defense here. Again, making things like, oh, you have your mitigation for everything. If you've got a mixed, you know, damage things hitting you, you have your preference for physical damage and your preference for magic defense. That's good. Magic defense up. And like creating situational abilities is kind of like what the system's supposed to be. All right, I think we're good. I think we got this. Now let's implement. To duplicate this as one crit. What did I name the enchanter ones? Just critical hit. Okay. Whoops. I screwed up. Okay, then we go to the warrior. Action manager. Alrighty, so let's fix some of the location of these things. So the ones we have are pull. So pull is done. And I believe it's on every yeah, pull is on everything. So I can safely take pull and put it in the complete section. Then we have enrage, and we'll move those around. I think we're going to do the threatening shout as R3. So shield attack is now E, right? Shift Q E. So this one's pretty easy to do. Let's go to the first one, so this is R1 base, is shield bash, which is now here. And then R2 is shield swipe, so we'll make that. We'll literally copy shield bash. Shield swipe, and then no stun. We are going to do knockback. We'll start with 800 and see if that's any good. We'll add 100 threat, and then we'll also add stagger. I'm just gonna need some basic stagger stuff. We'll do a stagger of 5, I think, as a starter. I don't really care about that because it's instant. I don't need to worry about that right now. Ignore power, ignore crit. And this is the damage component. Yeah, it's just basic damage, it's fine. And so shield swipe is R2. So go down to here. Shield swipe. Now we're on R3. It's heavy slam. And then we're going to go get the, so shield bash. We're going to make a crit section for it. Take these two, copy here. Can close these out. So shield bash crit is now going to be, instead of a 0.5 second stun, we'll add a 2-second stun, threat add, and then stagger as well. I guess on crits, let's duplicate this, and we'll make it like 10. And do stagger 10. And we'll do a threat add of 200, I guess. And shield bash crit. Not that we need to do this, but 3 to like 5 to 10, or 5 to 5. And then we go to our kits. One kit when this crippling strike is now shield bash crit. And then O2 is shield swipe. So just copy the base. Do knockback of 1500, threat of 200, and stagger of 10. And then finally on crit 3 is heavy slam. I do need to rename these. I think we'll do like a 4 second stun, I guess. I'm just gonna do 5 seconds for now. All right, so those are. Let's just test this real quick. So it's the shield attack I'm testing. Oh, let's see if it messes up or not. So R1. It's messing up. Shift Q E. Oh, progression. Probably. So pull. And then it's shield bash. This needs to be for now.
Alright, so we have this up. So the first shield bash is the interrupt. Of course. I'm going to just delete this for now. Okay, that one checks out. Knock back. It's a little too far, obviously. And then E3 is the stun. And then crit 1. Just a little bit longer. And crit 2, he's probably going to go flying. Unless it's wipe. Yeah. I think I did half values. I think I'd be fine with that. And finally, R3 crit. Just a much longer stun. Now, the stagger is not working. Weirdly. Oh, did I not add it? Okay, let me close all these out. I'm getting too many files open. Oh, maybe stagger is set to subtract. Okay, yeah. Yeah, set to add. That should fix that. And I need to do the other stagger as well. Shield swipe. And crit shield swipe. Okay. And then the last one is what? Heavy slam. And then the shield swipe, we're going to do Let's do, okay, we can literally do 400 and 800. 400 and 800. So is that one? I think that's just like a really low cooldown or low duration shield bash. Yeah, 0.5 seconds done. Okay. Then we do, there's the knockback. And the stun. And the R1 crit. Okay. I'll probably in the future, I don't know if I have, do I have silence in the game? Shield bash. I think I do. Whatever. Let's use that. These don't matter. I don't know if silence is. I haven't tested silence in a long time, but basically shield bash on. Oh wait, that's supposed to be on crit, not here. On crit, we'll do not a stun. It'll do a silence for 2 seconds. Now I don't know. I think I like the other knockback. I think the other knockback distances are kind of, it gives a good feel to the game or to the swipe. So we'll do knockback 800 and knockback 1500. What? That felt longer than it should have been. Shield bash base. Alright, whatever. So the interrupt is there. You can see the stagger bar is going up now. Knockback is there. And then the final one is a stun. Now let's look at R1. Should do that weird silence icon. Okay, didn't do the weird silence icon. R2 crit. That's what I'm looking for. Even farther. And the bigger stun. Alright, he's good enough for now. One thing I'll check on is shield bash crit. Alright, whatever. I'll come back to it. I do need to get all these abilities going. Or I guess I don't have that set up yet. But anyways, so for now, shield attack is complete. What's the next one that's kind of easy? All these are kind of easy. I think I can get that going. So kit 1 is the threatening strike on Q. Which I think starts off in newbie. Yeah, so it's there. And so R2 is now the bleed, which is correct. And then the R3 is now, heavy attack, which we'll rename to leaping strike. Oh, right. So I'm making the crit version of the heavy attack be different from the base version. So this is leaping strike. So this is going to open up the crit 3. And we're going to get leaping strike here. And then we'll just copy and paste it for now. At base, copy here. Whoops. Wrong thing. And maybe I just do double attack as all to do that. Let's delete that. We're going to take double attack. The base. Move that to heavy attack base. And this is now going to be... oh shit, I could have just left it there. Okay, where... Check everything out again. Ugh. Hopefully it doesn't screw up. Oh, come on. Okay. That's fine, I think. Gonna restart my engine. Okay. Say whatever. All right. Double tack base. So now we go back to we're 3 here. Double tack is there. That's actually the wrong double attack. So I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete this. Replace with the other double attack. Delete that one. And then heavy attack. Can just be deleted. Ugh, god damn it. Whatever. I'll leave it up for now. Alright, so on crit 3, we have Leaping Strike. And then on kit R3, we have double attack. This is supposed to be here. And this was actually supposed to be heavy slam. Wait. Heavy slam, crit. Alright, so I did these. So we have, this is like double attack. And then this is leaping strike. And then on R2 is bleed. So I think this next ability is implemented. Oh, I guess we gotta do the crit versions real quick. So the first R1 is a threatening strike. Critical hit, guaranteed, and just double damage a little bit. 14, 6. All right. Now the bleed. Mm-hmm. All right. So R1 is just that for now. R2 is the bleed. Then R3 is double attack. And so R1 crit is just more threat right now, a little more damage. R2 crit is a different dot that I think crits. No, it doesn't crit yet. Dots don't crit yet. But it does more damage and more threat. And then R3 crit. Oh, it sets an ignore crit. Let's try this. Oops. Trigger set to crit. Oh, maybe I didn't. I don't know. Let's reset and see if I just screwed something up or set it alive. Okay, it's not using crit. Weird. I'll have to troubleshoot that a little later. Alright, whatever. I'll come back to that. Let's like start a little bugs thing. Warrior bugs. First one is validate silence works on caster enemies. Allow dots to crit when guaranteed. Check on bleed. Bleed not using crit. And now, so these ones are good. I will add on the leaping strike, or like one double tack base needs no crit. And then we'll add some stagger to it. Stagger 5. And then on the heavy attack, I'm going to add stagger. I'm actually going to make this stagger 20. Okay. And then maybe we'll do like some small, like stagger 2 and 2, 3, and 4. We'll need all these. So this is 4. This is 3, and 2, and 1. And then on threatening attack or threatening strike, we'll do like some minor stagger. All right, and then the next one was bleed. We're not going to do any stagger on a bleed. And I already added it to the heavy attack stuff. All right, so Q is complete. All right, I think I'm going to stop my stream. I need a little bit of like headphone off time and take a break. And I won't be streaming again tonight, I don't think. I'll be back tomorrow sometime as I work a little bit offline. But the warrior's come along. I think he's going to go much quicker than the enchanter. And it's going to be pretty cool. That's fun. Yeah, I like that. That actually feels really good. You can like reposition the mob however you want. You can literally come over here and be like, you know, in range here, pull them over, 2, walk back, into the party, type thing. So that's a cool combo. That feels really good. Oh, that's wrong. Why did that get switched? Kit 3 crit is leaping strike. Huh? Another thing I didn't think about either was ways to like help the player have more agency of rotating through. So why is that? Anyways, I'll get into this later. Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching.